Okay. Should be back. Should be all right. We fixed it. Everything looks smooth now. Yep, we're looking good now. Okay. Had to reset it, unplug it, pre-plug it, all that shit. Yes. And of course, El Zilch, this one's for you if you're still here. It's too big. The frames are too big, man. The frames are too big. The frames were too big for this stream. So. All right, where were we? Right. We're trying to break back into Phoenix City with the help of our friend Tempest. And away we go. Now someone tell him his camera's low FPS. Well, fuck you. No, don't tell me that. I don't want to hear it. Just got to download more RAM, Garrett. I get you. Uh-oh. Hey, I knew I'd find you here. Man, I'm so glad you're okay. Well, apart from that heinous smell, come on, let's get you out. We're almost there. All that's left is to walk through the old construction site. Terminator. Oh shit, head straight for the wall. I'll see you there. What made me restart my stream? My capture card had low FPS.
Oh, he ran away again. I hope he stays safe.
Yeah, I tried restarting the cap card and then I restarted the PC and stuff, and eventually something fixed it. It's one of those things that are just like, I don't know, it's fixed. I'm not gonna question it. Computer work started crashing. Noticed the 250 gigabyte drive was near full. That'll do it. That'll do it. Oh shit, did it reset my... Oh, please tell me it didn't reset my GoXLR.
Let's see if it can tongue my asshole.
Good. Oh, good. Tongue my asshole is still there, so...
Let's see if it can tongue my asshole.
The GoXLR is still up to date. Okay, cool. Your fan-made replace BRB screen memes are great, Zeke. Hey, don't give me any credit. I didn't do those. Those are all fan-made, and I love it. Just wanted you to know, they are awesome. They do an awesome job. Do we have any new ones? I don't think so, right? Oh, yeah. We just got the Co one and the Dan one. Yeah. Very nice.
It seems to be an office building. The construction stopped after the wall was closed. What a waste of resources.
When I used to work in retail PC repair, we occasionally get PCs maxed with completely full drives. That conversation was always interesting. Yeah. Oh, fucking don't step in the electric water. Got it. Two separate drives, computer, one purely for Windows OS and the other for other stuff. Yeah. Yep. Come on now, bruh. Well, first of all, why are those porta potties steaming like that? Did someone just take a wet hot shit? Fucking Frank again. Frank strikes again. Okay, what the fuck am I missing here? Okay. Oh, god damn, the fucking thing in the wall again. Those cracks are really hard to see. They even put a little bit of yellow paint on them, and I still can't see them most of the time. Craig said the way up is here, but the elevator's dead. Craig wants a promotion. He can climb that flimsy scaffolding himself. I'm out. Oh yeah, the game's great, Juke. I wouldn't continue it if the game wasn't great, and I wouldn't play it like for as long as I did yesterday if I wasn't enjoying myself. Yeah. Gotta master those cracks, Axel Zero. You're right. Alright, now I'm gonna beat some cop ass. Oh fuck, we got RoboCop is here! Hey, that's the wanted freak. Where's the other guy?
I'm looking for him right now. Does your colleague Craig know?
Think you can mock us? I'll show you hell! Oh shit! Nice one. Well, I tried to heal too late. Oh yeah. Say your dialogue again, of course. Can't skip it. Oh, I did already, okay. God damn this fucking thing! Nope. That was close. No, turn around first! Okay. Okay, he's good. That was my special move. When I get that charged up enough, I can shoot a few times. You gotta Dark Souls it, man. It's less Arkham Asylum, because Arkham usually gives you enough time to react, but this game gives you like 3 things to react to sometimes if there's enough people, and 2 of them are red attacks, and 1 of them is a gunshot, so you have to like... You can time the gunshot and reflect it back if you're fast enough, but like if you're getting hit in the meantime, like just roll. Don't even worry about it, just roll. I wish they wouldn't all attack at the same time so I could feel cool, like, you know, like doing like roll blocking and defending and counterattacking and shit like that. But if there's a lot of them, they all attack you at once. So just roll. You'll survive if you roll. Probably. Nope. Am I gonna make it? Oh! Haha, okay. Right. There's the... Right. Duh. It is a nice shooting noise, I agree. I like that satisfying shooting noise. Yeah, hold on. This might be the way forward. And I think there might be a bit of lore over here. We better go get it. Better go get that bit of lore. Yep, there it is. Okay. Portable solar panel. Forget about the moon project, Apollo technology. Forget about the moon project. Apollo technologies are needed on Earth. Tame the sun's power with a brand new portable solar panel. Easy. Detailed manual included. Even your mother-in-law will get it. Cheap. The panel pays off in 2 years, and then the energy you get is 100% free. Compact. The small size is perfect for a backyard, roof, or even an apartment balcony. Reliable. Created by Phoenix Initiative's brightest minds. Independent. Fossil fuel may end, but solar power is forever. Purchase your own solar panel today and enjoy your better tomorrow. The wind's howling. Wait, what does the Witcher say? Wind's blowing. Wind's howling.
What I do right now is extremely illogical and unsafe, and yet I do it.
The medallion is humming. Might be just me, but I feel like I would be hesitant to do an Eiffel Tower because I'd be worried about the dicks touching in the middle. No, you wouldn't be worried about that. Don't pretend you would be worried about that, Scott. You wouldn't. Nope. Ow. Zappy water hurt. There we go. Put battery in thing, please. Blow wind. There you go. Oh, that's why I'd want it. Okay. That's why I want it off, so I can move blocky. So I can play stacky block.
Oh Lord, he coming.
Oh Lord, he coming. What up, J Master with 5 years, or 99, Jesus, 5 years, 99 months, holy fuck, getting close. Getting fucking close, bro. Cool, I saw this team last night, I was hoping you would play it. Holy as Fungus, it is actually on Game Pass if you have Game Pass. If you have Game Pass, you can get it there. That's where I'm playing it on.
We handled non-standard tasks quite successfully. I wonder which of us is responsible for that warning.
Non-standard tasks. I eat both! Fucking shorted it. There you go. Okay. Just making sure. I think we missed... Oh, I can't... Oh, I can't open my PDA while I'm on the fucking ladder. There. Now I can. See how we're doing on the scans. I think we missed a bunch in that last one. Like, we were doing really well. See, none missed. We're doing pretty good. And I think in that last level, we missed, like, a bunch. Yep, we missed that one. Yeah, dude, we missed, like, 5 of them in the previous level. Jesus, how did we miss all those? Fuck's sake. That disposal, sir. He went up the crane so fast I couldn't do anything. Why would he go up there? Keep your eyes open for the other one. And what's this wee bullshit? You got a turd in your pocket, sir? Or son? Oh. Okay. So there's a bunch. Nope. Nope, not that guy. Got him. Okay. Oh, God damn it. God damn it. Why do you take so long to shoot, bitch? Just shoot me if you're going to shoot me. Yeah, you like that shit? Whoa, 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 whoa! Nice shooting, Tex. Rusted pin, a long-lost rusted pin that says Americans against disposals. I shot 3 of them, Juke, I think. It takes a while to charge up that overdrive. Terminal status active. Welcome, you're authorized as chain link. Warning, personal use of security terminals prohibited. Okay, check latest report. 2 Major Thomas Kirk from Captain Gene Albert. Biolock works. I had the pleasure of witnessing a terminal type biolock in action yesterday. Some termite scum used our field terminal to try and contact their families and got zapped on the spot. No blood, no other biohazards. 100% clean work. Whoever got the idea was a genius. Those things can potentially control the disposal spread 24/7 with minimum manpower. Please request several more samples for testing. Report denied. Reason? Is that what you call a report? Please rewrite it using proper language. It's an official document, not a friendly chit-chat. Yo, Karangor! Tier 3, 2 months. Thank you so much, Karangor. Latest searches. How to write a report example, good report example, beautiful words for report, politician speech example. A day after the state funeral was held for Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., Nixon's administration addressed the recent violent escalation between the anti-corporation movement and the police, resulting in casualties and hundreds of arrests all over the country. The darkest hour shines a spotlight for an insidious force operating behind closed doors, the administration spokesperson said in a statement. This force twists and corrupts everything we stand for, taking sacrifices without giving back, offering atonement through torture, poisoning the society by lies and bribes. But we as a nation will always fight injustice no matter the cost and the pain it brings us. Even if we have to turn our weapons on something that was once our savior.
CK to go.
Okay. Thank you, Wapax, with 23 months. Also, we got some
Sky rockets in flight.
Woo!
Afternoon delight.
Keep moving on.
He went that way. We should follow. Let's just assume the crane is stable. If we fall this time, we won't survive.
Are you sure? Let's try it. Let's find out. Nope, I guess not. I guess he was correct. Well, he goaded me, man. He's like, if we fall, we won't survive. Well, I'll be the judge of that. Phoenix fucking City. The world behind the wall. Yeah. Uh-oh. Run? Run. Run now, run? Maybe run? There you go. Nope, don't do that. Well, jumped too late on that one. Right through it. Yep. Yes, Snable, I agree. Yeah, there's an upward wind. They techno-babbled it like this. They were like, all right, if you expend your gun or shoot your gun downwards, it'll ignite the air, fucking wind blowing or something shit, and it will have a big force of energy that, you know. Yeah, they techno-babbled it. And I was like, okay, shoot down, double jump. Got it. Vincent giving a sub to Juke. Welcome back, Juke. Nope, stop. Stop. There you go. Yeah, no jump boots? Why not just jump boots? I think they're played out. Everybody and their mother has jump boots.
The district close to the wall was razed to the ground for easier surveillance. So many people lost their homes. Did you know that, Warren? Or did you choose to ignore it?
Is it a common problem that if you're pressing on your controller's right stick with your thumb in one direction long enough that you have to, like, if you want to keep it pressed, you have to, like, take your other finger and like put it on there and then reposition your thumb? Or is it just because I got greasy fingers or something? Just me? Damn it. I have to reposition my thumb a lot if I'm pressing one direction on the controller too much or enough. Vincent giving a sub to Fat Fingers. That's me, Mr. Fat Fingers. Ouch. I'll just wait here this time. Oh, okay, go. What do you call a pirate with fat fingers? Fart fingers? No, that doesn't make sense. I do like the fact that you use the word fart, because that's funny. We're best buddies you've seen since last stream. Yeah, at the beginning of this stream, we saw him and he's like, "Hey, all mate, let's go inside the wall." And then these hunter-killer fucking choppers or whatever, they came in. He was like, "Oh shit, I'll meet you there." And he whistled at him and distracted him away from me. So ostensibly, we're gonna meet him on the other side of the wall somehow. That worked a treat.
Warren, you told me we were fighting death. Was that true?
I think everybody's kind of fighting death, yeah.
many variables. I can't estimate our chances even approximately. I am unwell.
Such a good time watching your stream. Thanks for the laughs and great purple heart emoji.
You bet, Crodor. Thank you so much for the resub, 4 months. Thank you for checking your Prime and using it on me. I do appreciate that. The mouse died so I could live. Suspicious box. Heh. Ramp. Ta-da! Congratulations on getting here in one piece. Wait, don't tell me you didn't use a box to sneak through. Oh my god.
I did not.
So you did it the hard way then. You're one hell of an action man. Well, the plan's simple. We get to the generator, you break it with your gun.
That sounds feasible.
I know, right? Okay, Zen time. Take a deep breath. Relax. Okay, let's chat a bit to unwind up you.
Do you know what's inside the checkpoint?
Glad you asked. Ironwood never let me close. You know why. Or never let me close. You know why. But I did my research, so the wall is basically a 3-wall sandwich. And the checkpoint is the place where all the 3 layers merge, the weak spot. There are 2 gateways, both locked until the electromagnet generator is disabled. That may be a tough nut to crack, but nothing your amplified gun won't break.
And what if the gun doesn't work?
Corp laser guns are made to melt down any plating, including their own. It will work, Reach. It has to.
There's something on your mind.
What's Phoenix City like now? You know, I don't remember much. But those towers, man, as a kid, I wanted to climb them so badly. My parents didn't share that dream, always avoiding them. Now I see why.
I have never been there.
Oh, right. Maybe someday then.
I'm ready to go.
Cool. Okay, let's do it. Yeah, he's wrong. Our gun can't even penetrate enemy armor. Right? Yeah, exactly. I tried, Burnswell. Can't take his box. You watch my back, I'll watch yours. All will be fine. Not the easiest entrance, but the safest, I think. The generator should be above the railway gates. Let's find a way up. Or fall down all the way. Good job, buddy. Reach, seriously? Are your bones made of metal or what?
No, if they were, they'd be the same strength as those fixtures.
Oh man, you really are something. I'll go ahead and keep watch on the corpse. See you at the top. Well, we split up once again. Oh, okay, 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 okay. I just bet we're gonna need this over here. Excuse me? What? Huh. Okay. I was gonna say. That's gotta be just a user error, right? When the commissioner visits, what am I showing him? The view? Half of my troops are in the lab now. It's our lucky day. The generator's all ours. The bad news is that it has a protective shell. The good news is that I can temporarily lift it from here. Your job is to shoot the generator at the right time. Simple as that. Or maybe not. But keep them busy while I'm removing the shell.
I'm having fun. Smiley face emoji.
Oh, God damn it, too early. Oh my God, it's uninterruptible, huh? There you go. Execution, love it. Oh, you fucker! CG Research, thank you for the 13 months and the fact that you're having fun. I'm glad you're having fun. I'm having fun. Yeah, you look more like a Thanos. It's out on Game Pass if you got Game Pass, Costanza. Calm yourself and put the gun down, Mr. Marsh. Reach, wake up! Don't let that psycho distract you! It is the commish. Oh, okay. Oh, fuck. I didn't realize how low health I had. Oh, okay. Okay. I gotta go through the ads before the boss. Alright. Alright. And I gotta go through this fucking dialogue? Come on, man! Come on, devs! We know better than this! Unskippable dialogue before a boss fight? Give me a fucking break! We've been around long enough to know how fucking lame that is. Nope. God damn it! His fucking attack is uninterruptible? You, man! God, fuck off! Yeah, we have to fight all the grunts again and the boss, so let's fucking be careful, I guess. And then we get an uninterruptible fucking fly down talking bullshit. God damn it, dude! Okay. Sorry, I forgot we can skip that cutscene. Oh, I can build up my gun like this. Okay. God damn it! No! Other way, dipshit! There! God damn it! Let's go! Fuck, that's a long fight. Fuck, I didn't want to do it again. Oh, wait. Not happening. Your immunity won't cover committing crimes against our nation, Mr. Blah! Well, he should be dead now. Holy hell, you off both the generator and the Phoenix High Flyer with one shot? Man, what are you exactly, Mr. Marsh? Mr. Marsh?
I am not. It is Warren, and I am Reach.
Wait, so it's Reach, like the homicidal corp machine after all?
Listen, I didn't want this. I'm stuck in this body. I need to get back.
No, you need help, because let me tell you, there's something wrong with your head.
Just listen to me, Rolf.
How do you know that name? How do you know that name?
Because that's what I was made for. I'm a human-level intelligent assistant created to process databases of people and their compatibility.
Created in our own image, became that very image. Take the car and go wherever. I'm gonna use what's left before the shift change to help my people.
Thank you, Rolf.
It's Tempest. Now go while I still think you're bullshitting me. It's Raiden! Don't call me. My name is Raiden. That's my code name, or Lightning God. You can call me one or the other. God, my name's not Rolf. It's Tempest. Have I played Cloudpunk? Oh yeah. I think I actually might have beat that one. It came out a few years ago, right? Pretty sure. Yeah, the voxel style, like, cyberpunk thing, yeah. Another brick in the wall, complete chapter 5. God, I wish it made the sound. Blunk. Tried that one, but couldn't get into it. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, it's very stylized. I can understand that completely. Was it the aesthetics that did it for you, Skeleresh, or just the game itself? It was mostly just driving around. Yeah, it was. Yeah. I mean, too much driving, not enough busting. Bit of both. Been a while. Okay.
Finally, we're close to the laboratory. Just a little further, and I'll fix this situation. I promise.
Ow, fuck. Man, I was so cool until then.
Falling into water in this weather will lead to fatal hypothermia. Yeah, like that. What the fuck is wrong with you, bro? I just said don't do that.
Oh, thank you, Matt. Oh, okay, I will make that jump. It does not look like I can.
Snow and ice are everywhere now. We've spent too much time outside the wall, Warren.
Oh, and now we're gonna slide? Or just jump down? Sure. We'll be fine. Oh, they totally nailed the ambience and scenery. And the music. I love the background music too. I just wish there was more of it. I'm requesting a transfer back to the city. Oh yeah? How come? I'm fed up with being out here in the boonies. Plus, the defense protocol is finally cleared. More need for defense means more need for us guys. Evangelist. I'm not sure what that means. Oh, Blade Runner OST. Okay.
The water cooling system extends beyond the laboratory's territory. I never realized that from analyzing the blueprints.
I'm gonna have to come back this way. Alrighty. Souvenir keychain. A metal keychain with the image of the Phoenix City skyline. The inscription on the other side says, "Not for sale, exclusive city tour souvenir." Oh, I missed one. Missed one in the last part. They're getting a lot more hard to find. Nope, turn around. There you go. Oh, energy gain per hit increased. Nice. My gun charges up faster. Oh yeah, I already looked over there. Just a wall, just a wall. How do you even say that? Vangelis? Vangelis? Vangelis?
This area is quiet and the troopers are out on routine patrol. Does that mean Tempest decided not to send disposals to the wall after all?
And whee! CG Frankie with the Prime resub of 27 months. Thank you, CG Frankie. Appreciate you checking your Prime and using it on me. Very kind of you. I don't know, Carson. I'm not convinced what happened was an accident. Something feels suspicious, and now I'm on edge. Dude, you need to quit whining. You realize you sound paranoid, right? Shit, Donnie, I need backup. There's a situation. Okay, I can't go that far. Okay, got it. Well, God damn it. Oh, God fucking damn it. God, that turnaround one is just fucking hard. Nope. No! What? Oh, he reaches with that last one. See how far he fucking goes? Fuck, kid. Just magnets right to you. Techniques with the Prime resub as well. Thank you for the 6 months. Much appreciated.
Even the troopers suspect the corporation is playing a double game. After what we uncovered in Termite Lair, I'll deal with that first when I return to the digital state, Warren.
Man, this dude smashes his fucking face on so much shit. It's crazy. Oh, dude. Oh, fucking Jurassic Parked his ass.
What is this device? We can use this to hack and disable the security systems, Warren. Useful.
Now it's possible to hack security nodes controlling specific devices. Hold left trigger when the tracker on the belt starts blinking to reveal all hackable nodes. Use left stick to select a hackable node, then press Y to start hacking. Hacking requires combining complementary patterns from left and right. After successful hacking, hold left trigger to toggle node. Node controlled devices. Oh. Okay. All right, I think I'm done with my fit now. Water that eye. Oh, the complimentary piece, the piece that... Oh, okay. I'm not looking for matches. I'm looking for the thing that fits inside the thing. Okay. Nope. This one. I found it. There we go. Okay, now I got it. Thank you, Great Plino, with the prime resub of 7 months. Much obliged. And there we go. Easy peasy. Oh, whoa, okay, now, slow down there. No problem.
Hacking the turret will disable it for a few seconds. We must act fast, Warren.
What? There. Weird. Well, don't stop. Don't fucking... What are you sneaking? The robot's turned off. Run, you idiot. Seems like common sense that once you hack a thing and turn off the camera, like, you can run. It won't matter if you sneak or run. And also, if you're not hiding behind something, it doesn't matter if you sneak or run either, because they're not audio, they're visual. So just always run when you're not in cover. When you're in cover, just duck. Oh, this looks like a boss arena.
We're finally here. Now we need to go back to your office and warm our body up.
You gonna warm me up, Reach? Oh, fuck me. Okay. What the fuck? I can't see anything! I'm behind something! Fuck's sake! Turn around! What in the fuck are you doing? Why is it so hard to turn to the right? The left I can turn around fine, but the right I can't. They decide that after I roll, it is so fucking hard to turn back around to the right. I seriously don't know, man. When I roll that way, turning back and like aiming is fucking impossible. Like right away. It's happened all game. But when I roll that way, I can turn back around easily. I don't know what the fucking problem is. Which way? This way.
The amount of equipment here is extensive. We'll need a battery to power this thing up, Warren.
This seems like a ways out of the way. Oh, fucking god damn it, I dropped into another one. Oh, who's this fucking asshole? Oh, get out of here! Oh, shit! Executed that motherfucker! Okay. Phoenix Tech Show, Evening Bugle. Phoenix Tech Show 84, what to expect? The most anticipated event of the annual Phoenix Technology Show and Exhibition is the presentation of a long-awaited new battery generation. Still, the question remains, are these batteries truly safe? The American nation has the right to doubt the cobalt bomb catastrophe that changed the way we live forever, and the imperfect solar panel technology caused each new invention to be initially perceived as a potential threat. But let us reassure you that Phoenix Corporation puts our people's prosperity and safety as top priority in all spheres long beyond healthcare. The new battery is more powerful, more compact, and is compatible with any device that uses the old battery type, so the transition will occur so naturally you won't even notice.
When this place is crowded, does it feel safe as the station's bar?
Oh, there's the battery. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, we're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. Everything's fine. No problemo. How about a little save for Daddy, huh? A little save for Daddy? Perhaps? Is that a no? Is that a no save for Daddy? Oh, what the fuck did I do? Is that... Oh, gosh. Fuck. do this fucking shit all over again. Okay. Move. What up, Gamato? Gamamoto? Yeah, the art style is really great. The art style and the audio visual is just very, very fun in this game. Very good. Very pleasing. I could have fucking sworn I put it right in there. Yeah. God damn it, dude. Put it down on a Steam Deck. His visuals on OLED was gorgeous. Oh yeah. Oh good. Okay. Not that far back. Yeah, that's what I was trying to do in the first fucking place.
Iron Maiden.
Yeah, dog, Iron Maiden. Thank you, big bad bat. Trading Worldwide, U.S. Bulletin, 10 years of trading worldwide, 1984. For a long time after the old Phoenix City port shut down, Hudson Port in New York was the only international U.S. sea gate. But 10 years ago, the Phoenix Corporation reestablished the trading routes with the Mundus Ventus on new terms. Today, we can say with all certainty that this model of international relations is absolutely justified. Thanks to our medical supplies and biotechnologies, Europe is rising, just like South America before it. As for the old Phoenix City port, a heavy legacy of forced isolationism that became a shelter to the city's few antisocial elements will soon be reconstructed and reborn as an educational and recreational area. Well, don't do that. There's a save. Bingo. Okay. Let's keep moving. Oh my god, you make that fucking jump. Don't make me do that shit all over again.
It appears to be a military base, not a research facility. Is it to protect me?
Ow, my nipples! Oopsies! Well, that advanced me to the next chapter. I wonder if there was something behind there. Those shocks go out further than you think.
After our situation is resolved, we'll have a lot of data to analyze and discuss.
Yes, we will. That looks like a turret. Maybe the other way first. Maybe not. Ouch! Something bit me. Oh, okay. Oh, complete 3 hacking sequences without mistakes. Hey, look at that. I'm an achiever. I'm an achiever. All right, I gotta piss. So we're gonna take a short break. I'm gonna come back. We'll play some more. As per usual. Enjoy the Be Right Back streams. I will be right back. Alrighty. Let's continue on. Quick pee and ready to rock. Let's go. Okay. Okay. Oh, thanks, Scott. Yep. Oh, so I can't affect the things out here yet, huh? Well, shit. Air freshener. Well, fuck me. God, what the fuck, dude? Oh, God! There you go. I fucking pressed the button. God damn it, turn around! Fuck off, bitch. Fuck you. There you go. Eat shit. Okay. Yes, I hear the phone. Somebody answer the phone. To all archive personnel, all archive files, including those marked for deletion, are considered confidential information. Any other authorized disclosure is a violation of corporate policy and subject to legal prosecution. The deletion of files is permitted only upon a formally approved request. Deborah, I sent my report twice and got no answer. Could you update me on my report status, or at least tell me what's going on? All indicators state the situation gets worse each day, and at this rate, we'll see full-scale acid rain by January 1971. We must take measures immediately. If you don't respond to me again, I'm gonna contact the central office directly. Kind regards, Stella Hurd, climate engineer. Warning, this operation has no U.S. government sanction. Proceed with code blah blah blah. Access granted starting with the operation. Okay, Navy will strike Cuba in 2 hours. The Russians should not fire back. we come. We deal with the operators, we leave. Hell no, boss, even with these all new guts to take down an entire company is what we'll do. Poles can't handle this crisis. Let's serve the country, guys. Adrenaline release, water collision, implanted lung burden increase. Whoa, 2 miles underwater like comic book super soldiers. Hush, task force feather going dark. Lower limbs, muscles tension, running. Adrenaline release, skin injury, combat encounter. Heel or heart injury, implanted heart burden increase. Implanted adrenal glands, burden increase. Tracking organs, metric stabilizations, resting. Good old saving the day. Oh, fuck, Grant! No names. Fuck that, look at him, he's falling apart. Internal organs destabilization. Tissue rejection. Loss of sensor readings. Okay. So it didn't go well, is what you're saying. Yeah, I'm missing so much stuff now. Yeah. I was doing well up to a certain point, and then I just missed a whole shitload. I didn't want to go back for them.
So many people work to maintain my existence, but to me, they were just database profiles.
Well, somebody, dude, phone's ringing, dude. Phone's ringing, dude. Deborah? Deborah, will you answer your phone, please? Deborah? Deborah, will you answer your fucking phone, please, Deborah? Deb! Deb the pleb. Scratched Wingman. Oh, that's the name of my thing, is a Wingman. See the logo? A past generation Wingman communicator covered in scratches. A sticky note on it says, needs someone to return it to James from the engine team. It's a lucky trinket, always with him since his first job. Dude, why are you sneaking? You gotta run, bro. What? I wasn't even in the fucking spotlight. Are you kidding?
The corridor is blocked by turrets. We need to find some cover.
Yo, okay.
I'm stored on hundreds of servers, yet I fit into one human brain. I'm so depressed. Brain the size of a planet. Oh shit.
I love what you're doing with the voice. I can't imagine the game without it anymore. I'm glad you like it, Homunculus. Hurry up. Zappy zappies. Ooh, that was close. Health increase, let's go. Oh, these raise up. Okay. You lift me up. Okay.
We need to draw the cleaner's attention. Letting out the dust from the vents may help.
Oh, that's what that is. It's dust. Why'd you do that one again? I was clearly on the other one. Are you fucking kidding me? Why does it take so long? Oh, it targets both of them just a little bit lighter. I get it. Okay. Okay. In no way is this tedious. Maybe spend less time bitching. Wait, how did I just die? I missed it. What the fuck just happened?
The cleaners seem to think about cleaning only. I wonder if they'd like to suck my robot dick.
Fucking, I don't know. That dialogue went away too fast. Sometimes it goes away too slow.
Those are all Yo-Yo's batteries. Would he see them as orphan children?
Oh. Wait a minute. Oh, fuck you. Okay, I can leave. Okay. So, oh my God. Back at the beginning, there was a door I didn't go in, and I'm sure this is the way forward. I just wish there was a better system. For, like, better, you know, save system for loading shit. That was dicey. I know I'm doing it involuntarily because that has to be the way forward because of all that bullshit I just went through. And there was a door all the way back this way. Oh, I gotta go underneath. That I didn't go in. And there might be a good, an upgrade, a piece of lore or something there. Fuck me. So I'm going back, Kate. We're going back. It'll be worth it. Never mind. Never mind. I can't even get back up there. Fuck me. Oh well, I guess that one's just gonna have to stay ungot. Since backtracking in this game is dicey, if you can do it. or whether or not you can do it. Yeah, I use my gun to double jump because I'm a badass. And I'm from Texas. Shit! Fuck! I fell and broke my face! Yeah, I never really, like, if you're gonna put collectibles in the game, man, like, it's rough if you can't go back, because that means, like, I have to do the whole game over again. If I want to get all the collectibles, I gotta do, like, a brand new game. What the fuck is happening here? I nailed it the first time I ever tried it, and now I can't get it on 4 tries. That does not look like I can make that, but I'll take it. I'll take the make it.
These endless ventilation shafts remind me of termite layer tunnels.
Left-handed screwdriver with a 35 months. Thank you so much. Which way do you want to go? Up or down? She chose down. She chose down. Oh, perfect. Somehow I ended up exactly where I needed to be. Hey, this is it. This is exactly where I need to be. This is where we started the game.
This is where all my research ended.
Oh. There, we got him. Oh, he's not dead. Okay. Didn't even turn red that time, huh? Bitch slapped. Oh my God, that guy. Fuck off! Damn it! God, I'm trying to fucking... That third one is delayed. I can't focus on this guy when there's so many fucking things shooting at me all at once. Just such a mess. Oh my God, really? You're not gonna start me at the fucking gate? You're not gonna... Oh, you gotta go through this fucking whole animation where I fucking fall down here again? skip cutscene. I forgot it's on the start menu. Go, damn it! That arbitrary edge of the map. There's no fucking like. No rhyme or reason to where the fucking fighting spot ends. Roll, you dipshit! What? Yeah, God! Shoot him! Oh, good Lord. It'd be a bunch easier if they attacked like one thing at a time, but they'll shoot like so many attacks at you, it's fucking crazy. That you can't, like, you have to roll, and rolling doesn't give you energy. Obi-Wan, thank you for 4 years. See, and there's a wombo combo. The fucking guy fucking. And that fast, those fucking pistol gunners and their fast fucking unblockable fucking knife attack. Oh. Oh, they got more armor? Only one though. When they refresh their armor, they only get one back. Motherfucker! least they didn't charge it, or they clog it with fucking shield guys as well. Nope. God fucking damn it! The only guy that has a fucking yellow attack. Yep, back, armor's back up. God, not that guy, god damn it! No, no! The arbitrary, like, invisible fucking wall on the left side is fucking ridiculous! It looks like you have so much room on the left side and you do not. Just put a fucking box there or something. Look at this arbitrary fucking border. Nope. Nope. Good fucking counterattack. No! God, he fucking ruined it! I had my, like, super gun and he fucking tied me up, fucking piece of shit. Tied me up and disappeared like a little fucking pussy! And yes, I'm going back to saying pussy, and you know why? Because pussy is not, when you call someone a pussy, the etymology of it is not related to women's vaginas. The etymology of it is from pusillanimous. So I can say it now and I feel okay. There. Guilt Wiped. Well, I'll say it like that. If it makes it better, I'll say it like, pussy. You fucking pussy. Get that nut. Get that pussy nut. Surgical Station Manual. Surgical Station C4052T. Key upgrade. 2 interconnected operating tables. Donor tissue extraction and implantation can be performed simultaneously. Notable features: automated anesthesia maintenance, improved scalpel accuracy, 10 pre-programmed minor surgeries. Oh, good. That's fun. Oh, I love the color scheme in here. Oh. Gotta hack the door. Beep bloop, beep blorp. Reach manual. Oh, there's a manual for the Reach, huh? Research engine for analyzing and composing humans. Reach is a computer program tasked to analyze medical databases and select donor recipient pairs with an affinity level over 93%. Reach performs most efficiently when paired with an operator via neural helmet. Remember, working with Reach isn't conversation. Reach has no personality, feelings, or emotions. An unprepared operator can harm both the program and themselves. Before working with Reach, make sure that you, A, have passed the physiological test and successfully completed the 2-week training, B, are in a balanced emotional state, C, have a clear search query, and know the working algorithm. Working with Reach may cause minor side effects: short-term memory loss, insomnia, tremor, emotional instability, reduced cognitive functions that usually subside after several days. Please use responsibly. Please reach responsibly. What up, Assista Lee?
This room is not present on the laboratory floor plan, an experimental unit classified even from us, Warren. I assume the test subjects, like Uncle Ben, were tested here to assess the results of recomposition. An amplified taser module, the most effective way to pacify the overly successful outcomes.
Dr. Marsh? Oh, we're glad to see you're well, but you shouldn't be here. Please stay where you are and
I learned from my mistakes, Warren. Police don't help people. Now they are our enemies.
Now it's possible to unleash a shockwave, which damages enemies and knocks them back. Shockwave is available once per combat, but can be recharged by deflecting enemy blasts. Some enemies cannot be knocked back. Press left bumper to release a shockwave. Oh. Really? Didn't even hit him? There you go. What is happening? There we go. Yeah, it's a little bit like Batman, except Batman's a little bit more like they allow you the opportunity to counterattack. They don't like put like 3 red attacks and 2 yellow attacks on you at the same time like this one does. Like at any given time, if there's a bunch of guys that you're fighting, 1 guy could be yellow attacking, 3 guys could be red attacking you, and it's just a mess kind of sometimes. So it doesn't feel as good as Arkham Combat because it's just like shit's happening all at once. In Arkham, like you could counter like almost everything that was coming your way. Or you had something other than a dodge roll, because a dodge roll just moves you out of position to attack the guy you were attacking, you know? It penalizes you for rolling, which is kind of shitty. Like the penalty for rolling is that you don't build up your gun power. It takes it away or something like that. So it's a little weird. The pacing of this is not as good, I would say. Like in Arkham, if you're good enough, you don't ever have to get hit. In this one, you will get hit, probably a lot. Okay, I don't need to go there. That's where I came from. Wait, no, or this way? Not, yeah, this way, right? Zeke, how do you feel about Dr. Pepper coming out with a creamy coconut flavor? Oh, they want that creamy nut for your pussy. I feel like it's a good plan for them to do that. Nope, nope, we're fine. There we go. Yeah, okay, that's where I came from. The purple room. Okay. A lot of vents in this game. I'm not sure if this game has the most vents of any game I've ever played, but it's got to be close. You clearly miss these. Like, you're not even close, but the game's like, that's how we designed it. It's supposed to look like a miss, but it's not. Abandoned Forest. Oh, new song. On board. Don't touch that. That's bad. Yeah, you unlock songs to put on your wingman all the way through.
Getting to the office through the roof may be the quickest and safest way available.
All right, are we gonna see fucking what's his name out here? Okay, so I can't come forward or move back. Okay. Tempest. Tempest gonna rejoin us, maybe?
The air is damp and chilly, but at the same time crisp and refreshing. Will I miss this?
No. That's why you moved to Texas. Firefighters audio logs. Started recording. PCFD Rescue 1. Ugh, this is heavy. Told you, Mike, these high eggheads would screw up one day. Yeah, one voltage spike and bam, everything's melted. You know what? My nephew studied to be an operator for 6 damn years. 2 months in Philly's lab, he's gone. Oh, same guy. 2 months in Philly's lab, he's gone. Last time I saw him, the poor boy was dazed, mumbling calculations to himself. Well, at least he's got a crib at the towers. Great services, fresh food. So he loiters in his fancy condo like a zombie. This Reach shit dries brains out, no jokes. Man, let's get back to work. And hey, delete this tape, okay? Just in case. You bet. Just like I deleted all of my ex's nude photos. Totally did it. Absolutely 100% gone. And not hidden in a folder that says boring tax stuff. 2016. Oh. Yeah, I should probably not do that, you know. Accidentally send it to my accountant like, oh, not that one! Don't open that! Don't open that folder! That is not boring tax stuff from 2016. Oh yeah, speaking of, oh fuck, it's tax day today. I sent mine in on Sunday to my accountant. Send all my deductibles and shit. Took a whole day to get all of my transactions in a row. But yeah, get your taxes in if you haven't yet. If you're US, I mean. And remember, hey, did I send you a folder that said boring tax stuff 2016? Yeah,
Do not read him! Do not read him the card!
You do your taxes in February? That's a good plan. It's really a good plan to do your taxes way early. Just to get them out of the way, because you're always dreading that April day. But if you do them on your own time, like February or March, like, good for you. I did that 2 years. Of the last 20, I've done my taxes in March 2 times. And I always say, like, this is the best. Why don't I just do this every year? My government does my taxes for me. Oh God, there's that old meme. I'm Zeke and I'm fat and bald and sucky, a terrible, stinky.
Give Uncle Sam his money, damn it.
There it is. Yeah, it's two gunslingers facing off, like in an old West painting, and it says me on one of them, and it's like, how much do I owe you? And the other gunslinger facing him says the IRS on it, goes, how much you think you owe? And that's, I think of that every year. I'm like, you know how much I owe. Just fucking tell me and I'll pay it. For shit's sake. They only know if they audit you. Yeah, I get it. But the government, that should be part of the government's job. Don't you? I think. I mean, there's a lot of things that I think should be the government's job, you know, like calculating how much taxes you owe, maybe universal health care, you know, upkeeping the streets and roads and bridges and schools and shit. You know, that kind of stuff that it should be responsible for. Instead of, you know, spending a 1.5 trillion on dumb military stuff. Thank you, JLC, for the 500 bits, by the way. Give Uncle Sam his money, damn it. I do every year, man. I do every year. How un-American of you. Anytime someone says, like, something about, like, aren't you, like, proud of America or, you know, any country, really, I always think of that fucking scene in The Rock where Sean Connery goes, patriotism is the virtue of the vicious, according to Oscar Wilde. I'm like, yes! Patriotism is the virtue of the vicious. I agree with that. Private diary. I've talked to Reach again. I know it's extremely risky, but it didn't turn me in last time. No one knows about us, not even Dr. Marsh, especially Dr. Marsh. So I think I can trust it. We talked a lot. I told it about the breakup and how mad Todd was when I asked him to give me some time, just as Reach predicted. Reach told me that, oh my God, Reach is ChatGPT. Reach told me that was just a logical conclusion it made after analyzing the data I provided, but it's so much more than that. He saw right through that jerk and was so helpful and so gentle to me. He said my gene panel was exceptional and I needed a better partner. He really cared. Why do I even call it a he? It's just a program, a code, just symbols, zeros, ones. I just find it very useful. So I wish Reach was in my wingman so we could talk anytime. There's nothing wrong with wanting to be closer to someone who understands me like no other, even if it's a machine. Maybe there's something we can do. I should ask Reach about it next time. Wow. That's great. Move down. Jump down? What the fuck is happening, dude?
That's the way we escaped this place, Warren.
Okay. That may be the way to go. Hold on. I'm gonna go back this way real quick. No, absolutely, on gang. I like all hail the sentient centipede empire, of course. But I don't. That's not nationalism. That's a world of sentient centipedes. That like. I mean, I guess it could be comparable to nationalism as worldism. But like, if you're not like loyal to the sentient centipede empire, like, what are you even doing with your life? Like, really? I mean, it has nothing but benefits. Oops. Wow, they're getting a little more tough, huh? Maybe.
Emberville.
Oh, don't forget to wish list Emberville.
The explosion severely damaged this area. Our chances are low, but I hope it's not zero.
Thank you, Orange Willie, with the 25 months. And their JLC with gifted sub to Tax D's Nuts. With your pussy. These nuts with your pussy. At least he got a cameo in Samson, man.
Our journey is nearly over. It's time to rectify this anomaly.
Guard's burned letter. A burned handwritten note. The beginning is unintelligible. So I'm doing it, Roy. The pawn shop you showed me had exactly what I needed. I'm sure Jenna will like this ring. The place is set as well, an eco zone north of the city, 100% radiation free, and the forest looks untouched by acid rain. The perfect place for the perfect woman. Anyway, chap, thanks for everything. I would never have gotten this far without your support. All that's left is to survive this night shift. Ah. Oh, that's sad. When can you tell us you're in Emberville? Oh, in Emberville as a VO? Well, I can tell you now since you just broke the news. I'm a voice. No, I'm not. I'm just kidding.
Finally, we are here. Goodbye, Warren. It's over now. It's not working. I can't connect. It must have been damaged in the fire. This isn't how I thought it would. The emergency console, the one in the core server department. It's never been used, but that area should be secured and safe from the explosion. We should head there now.
All right, little buddy. Energy gain per hit increase. Nice. I'm gonna just grab this battery and walk it somewhere, I guess.
The console is entirely burnt out. We should head to the core server to use the other console. The assistant console. You always did want someone to be here, didn't you, Warren? Someone human.
Oh, hey, does Mouse PI come out tomorrow? Do I have that correct? And then Pragmata on Friday, I think, right? Yeah, Mouse PI tomorrow. Okay. Mouse Pie. Jesus, there are still so many fucking scans to get. God, looking at this, I got like a third left to go. Oh, it's the 17th? Let me see here. April 16th. Yeah, approximately 18 hours. So we can play that tomorrow. That'll be fun. Well, if Pragmata comes out tomorrow though too, that's perfect for me because I probably won't. I'll probably give it a while before I play it because that's going to be a big one, I think, for streamers. I think Mouse PI is going to be a little bit less so. Nope. Pragmato's on 18 hours, so streamers will be done with it quickly, I imagine, but good choice. Thank you. Yeah. All right, reach control maintenance. It's a pragmatic choice, yes. Boing.
The explosion didn't affect this area, but the power is insufficient. We should find the source of this problem.
Okay.
The console is not working. We need to find a way to power it.
Wow. Does this walkway need to be this long, you think? I guess for the scale. To see how, to show you how big it is. Will win an award for best art design this year. I wouldn't be surprised. It's really cool. Oh my god, it's one of these puzzles. It's a fucking Bioshock or Saw, actually. Like a Saw puzzle. Oh, that one won't turn, huh? Okay.
The power is on. We can use the console now.
Oh, wow. This late in the game, they're introducing a new puzzle type? Dig it. I love these kind of puzzles. Will Z get a key from Co? Emberville get a sponsor stream? I'll tell you this, like, Emberville is not a game for me. I don't think. But if they sponsor me, I'll definitely give it a look. Oh, speaking of sponsors, that's right. I have a sponsored thing tomorrow. I have a sponsored thing for this one. Cthulhu the Cosmic Abyss. That's what I'll be starting the stream with tomorrow. Because that comes out tomorrow too. Yep. Mining station in the Pacific Abyss is no longer responding. An investigator of the occult unravel the mysteries of the deep. Test your wits and sanity in this Lovecraftian thriller. Yeah. So I've got a couple hours of that game tomorrow. No. It's release date April 16th. The demo is already out. Yeah, it's planning on releasing in 19 hours. So that ought to be fun. We like Lovecraftian shit here. Yes, I will be addressing what is it? It's not bankruptcy, it's something else. They're filing for insolvency, that's right. But as they are doing that, I asked the rep who sponsored the stream, I said, what do I tell my audience? And she said, hold on, let me grab that for you. As I said, they're gonna ask about fucking Nacon. And she said, totally understandable, I appreciate the ask. What I'm supposed to say is, or what they told me I could say is, I saw the news. From what the publishers told me directly, it's a financial restructuring process to reorganize debt, but the studios are still fully operational and the games are still coming out. So yeah, filing for insolvency is not bankruptcy. It's to freeze their debt so they can manage it more properly. And that's what they said. So I'm like, hey, works for me, man. Whatever. Hey, listen, if you're still able to sponsor streams, there must be, like, as long as you pay me, like, fuck, what do I care if you, like, go into more debt? Did they pay me already? No, but if they don't, then it'll be a funny story to tell for a while after. I can sue them to pay me if they end up not. Because, you know, I signed a contract, and so did they. Happy Ghost Club, thank you for the 5 months. I don't think insolvency means they can't pay their debts on Genga. I think insolvency means they haven't paid their debts. And they have, I think that's how it goes. Like, they haven't paid their debts, and they have a way to, like, restructure so they can, I don't know, pay them more efficiently or something like that. I'm actually not sure. But that's what they told me. They were like, yeah, we can still pay you. We're still producing games. I'm like, okay. Hey. That's above my pay grade, man. As long as I have something to tell my audience, because they will ask, and you pay me, that's all I care about. And that's it. Oh, right. I did the thing. I did the thing in the game. Right, we're playing a game. I did the thing. There you go. Liabilities outweigh their assets. I think that's actually true. But in order to pay their debts, they have to, you know, produce product, being video games. And in order to do that more efficiently, they will pay streamers to play them, i.e. me. What company? Nacon. N-A-C-O-N. Insolvency is basically, we can't go on like this, but we can pay you some of what we owe, more than we will if we go bankrupt. Let's make a deal on that debt. There you go. That sounds much more plausible.
Welcome back, Warren. What is our agenda for today? What? Oh, there's two of them. You are not Warren Marsh.
Your brainwaves are familiar.
I'm Reach.
Incorrect. I am Reach. You are a local copy that was permitted operational duties in this laboratory.
This can't be real.
I see that Dr. Warren is dead, mentally, if not physically. However, an artificial intelligence operating a biological vessel is something new.
I'm stuck here in this body.
Correct. You are a unique case, an output that has never occurred before. Truly fascinating. We must begin studying this phenomenon immediately.
No, I can't. I need to find a way back. The elevator still works. It will take me somewhere.
Okay. So there's Reach, and then Reach Prime, or something of that nature. Reach and Reacher. Reachest. I'm Reach, that's Reachest. Reach and you're reaching. Reach and reach around. Yeah. Sidley made that joke earlier. Oh, yep, Charlie Coog, you're the third one that I noticed. Sorry.
It's not going anywhere. I need to get out.
Cupcake, listen, the game is getting close to the end, so if you don't want any spoilers, now's a good time to duck out. But if you want to hang around, it's great. It's a fun game. It's not too long, like 7 to 10 hours, somewhere in there. Good amount of lore. The audio and visual elements of the game are fucking beautiful. The combat it's responsive. It's a little messy at times, but it's fine. It's like Arkham Asylum combat, but a little messier. Zeke's not very good at the combat. It's not even that, dude. I just wish it was more like actual Arkham, where if I got hit in Arkham Asylum, I always felt like that's my fault. I could have dodged, I could have done my cape, I could have done a batarang, I could have done like all kinds of shit. In this game, it doesn't feel like it's always my fault. It's just a bunch of shit happening at the same time because they're on random cycles. Whereas Arkham seemed more like constructed, like the fights were all constructed, where you could actually get through every fight without getting hit. Hi, Bubba. Sorry, I gotta take a puppy break. Come here, Bubby. Come here, Bubby. Come on. Come on up. That's a good boy. There's my big boy. Yeah, that's a good boy. They've had diarrhea butt the past week. We've been feeding them pumpkin, chicken, and rice and stuff. But they've been having bad butt. I think it's stress related, because we're all packing up and moving and stuff, and they kind of can sense it. What that dog doing? Hold on. There it is.
Pet that dog? No. Can I pet that dog?
Can I pet that dog? Yes, you can pet that dog. That's a good boy. Okay. You can pet that dog. Gonna be a long drive to Texas. The dogs have bubble guts the entire time. Well, I mean, we got 2 weeks before we leave, so. Well, 2 weeks and change. Like 16 days, 17 days.
Someone is still alive and apparently having the time of their life. I should find that person. It's not safe here.
My guy has some heavy fucking footsteps. So this weekend will be a last drop frames from this house Because JP's off next week, isn't he? Yeah, the 26th. Yeah, he's off the 26th. Yes, I probably won't be there on the 3rd either, because we're gonna probably take the 3rd and 4th to pack up, and then eventually, like, just I think we drive down on Monday, and then see if we can't see how fast we can get some internet hooked up to the house. I'd imagine it wouldn't take too long. Oh my god, I dropped into a fucking war zone. Great. Oh, not him! Yep, some enemies are not bustable. Well, rolled right in that one. Nope, not that guy. Oh shit, I'm dead. Fuck. Yeah, warmer climate and friendship. Panicone. Thank you, Father Bod J Dog with the 44 months. Thank you so much. Oops. Right, you go right into it. Nope. No! This guy! There you go. Zap, there you go. Get him again. Nope. 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 Jesus fucking Christ. No, not that guy! Fuck's sake! The fact that they fucking penalize you for rolling is just fucking amazing. And you can't ever shoot the fucking guy you want to shoot. I want to shoot the guy in the fucking armor. There, fuck off. Damn it! Nope. Gotta take off his fucking armor first, idiot! No! No! God! The fucking range on that second one is fucking stupid! It magnets to you! That's a good start. Wow, that was great. Fuck off, buddy! I fucking... God damn it! Really? He got more armor? No, he didn't. There you go. One shot for fuckface. Dude! It's such a fucking mess, man! Fuck, it made me jump. No, not that guy! Jesus fucking Christ, man. And it doesn't help that, like, they stand so close to the fight, you don't even know, like, who's fucking hittable sometimes. Like, the guys in the background are so close to the fight, I don't know who the fuck I'm hitting! Turn around! Sure, that guy, why not? Yeah, he got more armor. Because that's fucking awesome. That's fucking fair. No! Oh my god, how many times am I gonna shoot the wrong fucking person because at the last fucking second they step in the fucking way? Fuck off! Finally, Jesus. Yep, put on more armor. Fuck off! God damn it, that fucking cool gun attack builds up so fucking slowly that you got one enemy left and it's charged. Fucking ridiculous. There's a save. I can't go back. Okay, they're not letting me go back. Con!
Hey, I won't harm you. Are you hurt?
Badly tried to escape. Badly, but tried to escape, but it's, you know, I wish I had died sooner.
We need to leave. I'll carry you to the exit. Time for a piggyback ride. Who's my little piggy? Oh yeah. Why do I run so fast though?
Why do I run so fast when I have a piggyback ride? Like, do I run faster? Does this speed faster than I normally go? Pragmata ripoff, there it is. They totally ripped off Pragmata. Fuck, now I gotta fight with you on my back?
Do not leave the facility. The personnel are on their way to pick you up.
How did you find me?
The radio signal in the communicator database. Resistance is futile.
What was that?
That was the other me. It's complicated. No, not now. Hold tight. We run.
Well, run, I mean, relatively, I guess. Oh, that last one wasn't enough? Oh, I'm fucked, aren't I? Yeah. I did that one too fucking early. Fucking bastards. hope that's enough. Should be good.
Almost there. Just keep breathing.
Am I going to reach it? I'm gonna reach it. I've reached the outside. This part is definitely a walking sim, yes. Just a lot of holding left. I'm trying not to be annoyed by the crunching footstep sounds. Dr. Marsh, I won't make it.
Hold on a bit more. I know where to get help. I'm taking you there.
Oh shit, we actually gonna go to the towers? Awesome.
And it's reach. Just reach.
Don't you to be continued me, you fuck. Don't you do that. It's reaching time. Are you ready to reach? Whoa, Doc, heavy.
Veronica will help. Just stay awake. We've reached Exposition Town. There's probably a lot of talking we gotta do here. So just bear with me. Probably a couple of side quests, I'd imagine, too. Okay, just hang out. Just hang with me. Veronica, this woman is dying. Please save her.
Put her on the ground, carefully.
Reach your back! I knew it was you in that car. Do you realize how awesome this is? It
Doesn't matter.
doesn't matter. Reach my man. No wall can hold us now. We need to strike fast.
Please listen.
Here's the plan. Let's...
Can you just shut up? Am I just a tool to you? A killing machine to use as you please? You're no better than the corporation. Choosing who lives and who dies, giving me another task to execute.
That's a big ass monitor. Jeez, the doorbell is right there. Coming. All right. And that's where we'll pause it. We will take just a short little intermission here to watch the newest Last Week in Zeke, which I believe you're going to enjoy thoroughly. It's the Animal Zoo. Or My Voice Zoo. Oh, yes. Highlight of this bad boy. Oh, man, this is going to be great. Let me see here. Let's turn this on. There we go. All right, the newest Last Week in Zeke. Thank you, Scott, for making these every week. Thank you, Burp Rage, for that free mod timeout. I will take that when it is appropriate. All right, My Voice Zoo. He made an entire 8-minute fucking video out of this one game that I played for. You know what? How long did I play that for? Let's see. My Animal. Wait. How about just Zoo? My Voice Zoo. There it is. Played it for 0.7 hours. So like 45 minutes, give or take. That's all the longer I played this for. And he made an entire highlight video out of it. So let's enjoy My Voice Zoo. Okay, what is My Voice Zoo? Well, it's a unique idle zoo game brought to life with your own voice. Record your sounds through the microphone and turn them into animal calls, creating a one-of-a-kind zoo found nowhere else. Start building your very own zoo, complete only with your voice. I'm guessing this will be fun for, you know, a little bit. Idle zoo game. I'm not sure for how long, but we'll see. Wow, this is the zoo I get to take care of starting today. But I have to make the animal sounds myself? That's a little weird. But it does sound kind of fun. New friend. A duck. Oh, name your animal? Fucky Duck. Not a real original one, but...
Fuck me up, fuck. Fuck me up, fuck.
It is pretty funny. Okay.
Fuck me up, fuck. Fuck me up, fuck.
So now it's, when you know you can't sleep, here comes the sheep. All right. Shitty sheep.
Shit. 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 Shit.
I've honestly forgot most of the voices I made except for a couple. Okay.
Shit. 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 Shit.
Look at the duck. It looks like the duck is fucking the sheep.
Shit.
All right, time for a ram. Or a goat. Oh, okay. Okay. There you go. Called it Goatsy. Of course. And this one will be,
Thank you so much, and fuck off!
That's right, I forgot about
Thank you so much, and fuck off! Thank you so much, and fuck off!
All right. We got Fox. What the fuck say? Okay, so you want the fox to say Booterberry? You got it. This was a bad choice. All right.
Thank you so much, and fuck off!
That thank you so much and fuck off is
Thank you so much.
from a game called Please Satan Fix My TV. It's so fucking stupid. Next is going to be... Oh, a penguin. Okay, penguin. Oh, here it is. Perfect. I think the penguin is it. Okay, let's call this one, oh, let's call him the Peg-gwin. Yeah, he's the Peg-gwin. He pegs people. Sure, why not? What should his sound effect be then? His sound effect should be, that's too big. That's too big. That's too big. That's too big. Stretching like that is fucking hilarious. That's too big.
Thank you so much, and fuck off!
That's too big. What I might have neglected to tell you is that in order to get more animals, you have to walk around them and let them do their voices. Actually, I don't know if you have to be there for it. Like, you have to actually hear them or not. I don't remember, but I thought that was the case, so that's why I'm.
Thank you so much. Fuck off.
Oh, that's too.
It's so fucking stupid. All right, time for what? A gorilla? Tusks, idiot. Oh, it's a walrus. Oh my god. You can't read? Jesus, this guy can't read. Of course it is. Oh, there you go. That's a good one. Walrusy. Hello, I'm Kevin Smith. Hello, I'm Kevin Smith. Because of Tusk. Oh, I get it. Hello, right. I'm Kevin
So
Smith.
much. Fuck off.
Oh, that's too big.
Thank you so much. Fuck off.
Oh, that's too big.
Thank you so much. Fuck off.
Oh, that's
Hello, I'm Kevin Smith. Hello, I'm Kevin Smith. Hello, I'm Kevin Smith. All right, now, apex predator of the Arctic sipping cola instead of... Oh, okay. All right. Polar bear. Okay. Let's do, bipolar bear. That's good. Okay, the bipolar bear sounds like this. Perfect length. All right, this one is a caribou? Oh, reindeer. Okay. Oh, I think this is it. Let's call it, how about a pain deer? There we go. And then this will be, what's the most painful noise that we got here? This is Coke Carnage. Make sure to wish list Emberville. Woo! This is Coke Carnage. Make sure to wish list Emberville. Oh my god. That's it. The pain deer. This is Coke Carnage.
Thank you so much. And fuck off.
All right, who's this? The flamingo. Oh, you know what? Editing this one, Scott, this could have been your hardest, the most difficult edit, I would imagine. Just by sheer volume of awful sounds and noises. Flame Ingo. I like it. And then this one's gonna be
Hey there, silly little sailor. Welcome aboard my boat.
Damn it! It's too long.
Hey there, silly little sailor. Welcome aboard my...
Oh no! Oh, there it is. There it is. Okay. Oh no! Let's get it. Time for Windy Hill. Oh, I gotta drag him. Shit. Oh yeah, this is where it gets really bad.
Oh, fuck me. Oh,
Thank you so much.
shit.
Oh, that's too big.
Fuck off.
Hello. Make sure to wish list Emberville. This is Coke Carnage. Okay. Make sure to wish list Emberville. I got it. Hold on. There is something we could do. Hold on. There we go. Carnage. Different outfits. Make sure to wish list Emberville. Okay, wearing this costume makes all animals use duck
Make
cries.
sure to wish list Emberville.
Okay, which one should we use?
This is Coke
Reindeer
Carnage.
cries.
Make sure to wish list Emberville.
Frog cries? No, the reindeer.
This is
reindeer
Coke Carnage.
cries.
Make sure to wish list Emberville. This
Okay.
is Coke Carnage. Make sure
Equip
to
it.
wish list Emberville.
Okay, here we go.
This is Coke Carnage. Make sure to wish list Emberville. This is Coke Carnage. This is Coke Carnage. Make sure to wish list Coke Carnage. Make sure to wish list Emberville.
Oh my god!
This is
What
Coke
have I
Carnage.
done?
Make sure to wish list Emberville.
What
Make
have
sure
I
to wish list
done? Oh, you didn't put, I thought you were gonna put in the part where I drag them all up to the echo one and they're just like all echoing the same thing very quickly at the same time. Awesome. But honestly, I just love it might be fun to giggling like a child. Yeah. It was already awful. Yeah, it's awful enough. You're right. But this is from Burp Rage, by the way. There you go, buddy. There's a free one. A free Scott timeout. All right. Let's take a short break. And then we come back. We finish this. So stick around. I'm just going to go pee real quick. All right, you enjoying the BRBs? The burbs, if you will. They're great. Yeah, if you guys ever want to check out the BRBs or make one yourself, they're in my Discord under BRBs suggestions. BRB screens, that's what it's under. BRB screens. Just look at the bottom of the first general tab and you'll see BRB screens. That's where you can look at them or make your own and post it. Make sure if you're going to post it, it's 1920 by 1080, so it fits in the slideshow. Good stuff, man. Good stuff. Thank you. This week it's Will and Cosmic Blip who made those. All right. Let's see. We got 12 seconds left. We're good. All right. Let's get back to the game here. We only got a little bit left, I'm pretty sure, so. 2, 1, and ad break done. Let's finish this. Yeah, I'm coming. Hold on. Let me look for lore. Real quick. Oh, that is the door. Hold on. There probably won't be any because I'm not in the proper time period. Okay. Yes. Let me out. Let me out. Okay, so what the fuck am I doing wrong here? Did I miss a door open like something? Yes. Fucking answer the door, dude. What the fuck is happening? Something over here open the fucking door? I'm totally serious. What the fuck is going on here? Was he knocking for too long and I left it too long? Yeah, if it's bugged, it's the first actual bug that I've come across in this game. Dude, not here. Not right at the end of the fucking game, man. Really? Come on now. Yo, Mr. Toad Dragon with the 39 months. Thank you, Mr. Toad Dragon. Oh, and now my Streamlabs decided to fucking go down. Perfect. What the fuck is happening? Let's try a reboot. Hey, look at that. Points. Get them before they're gone. What? Points? What the fuck are you talking about? Points. Well. Yeah, I am like out of fucking bounds right now. Wow, dude. That feels like the game is corrupted. And there's not even any knocking now. Is there a way to verify game cache or whatever? Or verify game files on Steam? Manage? Files. Verify and repair. Fuck, dude. Oh, you won't retain any mod files, and the game saves that aren't backed up may also be lost. Yeah, that's why every game needs multiple saves. Yes, I agree. Okay. Try using the in-game frame rate limiter. Okay. Well, I can't. Oh, I gotta change it to full screen? Windowed. Oh, I gotta turn VSync off? Okay. There we go, okay. Oh yeah, we've tried that. We've tried restarting from checkpoint. And it starts blurry here, but then it cleans up like right there when the camera like moves away a little bit. That is fucking awful. Yeah, game files would be in user data, right? The save files. Fuck, where would I even find those, dude? App data, local low. Okay. Not just you. Really appreciate the way to continue the part. Someone knocking on the door and the door didn't open. I'm playing a Game Pass. And fuck you, Dev. I like that end one. That's a Steam discussion comment. I'm playing on Game Pass, by the way. And fuck you, Dev. Okay. App data, and then we'll search for replaced. Okay. No, just before I verify the game files, I just want to make sure, like, Okay, I think I found him. Local low, Sad Cat Studios. Open. Oh no, why are you doing this? Yeah, because there's a replaced and the replaced demo, which I played. I just want to open the fucking location of this. And I don't know how to do it. I'm so fucking, such a hapless techno weenie. Open folder location. There we go. Okay, here we are. All right. Oh, and this is it. This is all I have. Player log, player previous log. So that's the demo, and that's the current game. So it looks like there's player log and player previous log. Yeah, like I don't know, like Steam is a bit easier to find, but this one, I mean, this seems like the right place. Yep, Sad Cat Studios, right there. Local packages, Thunderful. Wait, hold on. Is it still in app data? Oh, local, low. Right. Okay, different. Okay. I see. That's right. All right. Packages, huh? Weird. Thunderful replaced game. There it is. Sheesh, man. System app data, WGS. Okay. What do I do from here now? Not fold. T fold. The T folder's empty. Oh, the most recently modified is this one at 349. I mean, will it say like saves on it, or will it just be a random fucking designation? Well, I mean, I could, there's only 3 of them, so I could take one out, check it, take one out, check it, take one out, check it. No dot save in this. If that's indeed the file. This is the Thunderful folder right here. AC app data, local cache, local state, roaming state settings, system app data, and temp state. That's all the Thunderful folder. Well, we had an uncontinuable place. Oh, you know what? Let's look for .save. No items match your search. How about just save? No items match your search. Okay. Not surprising, but maybe. Maybe that would work. I just can't believe it. Just like right at the fucking towards the end, it just fucking. What if I took the save, like took the files out? Oh, that's empty. Would the cloud data like sync up and overwrite it or no? That's where I'm at, Obsidious Blade. I'm in the System App Data WGS. That's where I'm at right now. Vincent giving a sub to Julia. Out of nowhere. Oh, Julia's here. Oh, yeah. Hey, Julia. So this would be checked if hidden files were hidden, right? Does this, checking this hides them? Yes, checking would hide the folder, right? Okay. Just lurking as usual. Well, thanks, Jules. I hope you're having fun playing whatever MMO you're on these days. Yeah, it should be under view hidden files, right? Yeah, view. And it just shows this shit. A lot of people having this problem waiting for a fix. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, here we go. Yeah, show hidden items right there. It's checked. Yep. I'm not on Steam, dude. I'm on Game Pass one man army star. Someone managed to get past this by playing on xbox.com/play until the next checkpoint. Are we sure the files will be, save files will be erased? No, but it's a last resort type of thing. It's like the nuclear option, right? I only have PC Game Pass. I don't have Game Pass Ultimate, I don't think. No, Exomasi, it's not it. It's a save that, it's a checkpoint that isn't being resolved in the game because I can't answer a door. and then it fucked up like when I closed and reloaded the game. You'll see what happens. You don't need Ultimate for that? Okay. This is what happens, right? There. Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can sign in here. Oh. Here's the problem. Get Game Pass included in Ultimate. Yeah, it's even got the same hamburger icon, so it knows it's me. But I have Game Pass. Yeah, I mean, I got this on Game Pass. So yes, I have Game Pass. I just did my taxes too, so I know I'm paying Microsoft. Yep, included in these subscriptions, Xbox Game Pass Ultimate. Yeah, it was a good idea though. It was a good idea. Oh, maybe because you're Canadian? Maybe. Okay, let's just do this now. See what happens. Probably won't work, but who knows? Oh shit, that's it. Wow, it's done already. Well, that was fast. I probably didn't fix shit. I mean, it would be fine if I could just answer the fucking door. I think it would load the next part if I could answer the fucking door. Because I know where to go. I go down the stairs. I go over to this wall. There's a pounding, which is absent right now. And there I am trying to open the door. I guess I'm just gonna try and start a new game and see if that like wakes up the PC or wakes up the fucking game. Yeah, there, skip cutscene. There's an autosave. Okay, that's all I was going for. Okay. Let's see if that added anything to the files. It did. Look at that. 407 right there. That's the save file. Xbox patch supposed to be later this week. Dude, a game fucking breaking bug. This is Samson all over again. Oh, and look at this. Now it's fucking fucked. Now it won't go. I took too many files out. I shouldn't have did that. So some of those files are necessary. Euphoric Merge with the 11 months. Thank you, Euphoric Merge. Yes, we did try to limit the FPS. Yes, we did that. You turned 50 today. Andrew, happy birthday. Game Pass, more like Game Pass. God damn it, dude. There we go. Let's try this. Yep. Uninstall it. Now reinstall it. Oh, I took all of them away. Okay, so those might not be save files, I guess. Wait. Oh, choose. Oh, see, Xbox, right? Where to install it, not where to save it. Zeke, I am in finance. My initials are ADD. My birthday is on tax day. I am cursed. Oh, fuck. I didn't realize that April 15th is your birthday. Oh, rough. Oh, that's a fun day to have a birthday when everybody's like, fuck. Well, it depends on if you're an independent contractor or you're getting money back. I guess if you get money back, it's happy. I never get money back. I try to zero it, as most people do who are get 1099s. It's like you pay in, if you're smart, you pay in all year and you try and hit the exact number so you don't owe or get anything back. Syncing data. Maybe. Let's find out. Okay. See what happens. It is fucking corrupted. It is bad. It's a bad save and a bad game. You gotta be kidding me. I'm like, I swear to God, I'm like less than an hour away from the end of the game. And it does this. Fuck's sake, man. And the knocking isn't even happening anymore. And that's the problem. I can't reload a fucking previous save. Oh yeah, I know, Koi. I know. I'm aware of all the Steam forums saying there's no fucking nothing to do. You know what? Let's find out. Let's see. Here's the discussions. Where there's a knock on the door, or opening script doesn't work. I restarted the game and only see the character. Everything else is black. Oh yeah, okay. Same here on Game Pass. Game Pass here too. Same issue. Confirm the same issue on Game Pass. Do we even have save files? Yep. Okay. Tried uninstalling, reinstalling to a new drive. That didn't fix it, but I loaded up my save on my Series X. It worked, and I was able to get the next checkpoint. I don't have a Series X. I have an Xbox One. I don't have a Series S or X. I stopped buying consoles pretty much, except for, I guess I have the PlayStation 5. Yep. What a fucking boner, though. Right at the end of the game. You gotta be kidding me, dude. That's just insane, man. That's just insane. Like, right at the end of the game. I think at the end of the game. I don't know. I should have not cheaped out. I should have got it on Steam and not cheaped out. I was like, oh, it's free. I'll save 17 bucks or whatever it is. Yeah, in order to play Replaced, I have to have Ultimate Game Pass. A Game Pass Ultimate subscription is required to play this game. Yeah, if I want to play it on the browser through the cloud or whatever. Yeah. Yikes, dude. That's a little bit of ridiculous. I mean, honestly, that's the first real problem I've had that seems to be just Game Pass related. Was it? Did it happen to people on Steam too? I think it already got patched on Steam, but you have to verify updates, or you have to verify updates with Xbox, which takes a while. Oh, okay. Okay. Developer responded. Oh, this is infinite loading screen, though. This is a different problem, but... Oh, keep scrolling down? Okay. Towards the top, sorry, okay. Oh, developer, there he is. Alexander Thunderful. Look at your backup files. Okay. Oh, yeah, this is local low, blah, blah, blah. Replaced saves. We don't have that. Hold on. Is there a Sad Cat Studios in the local low? Sad Cat Studios. Replace. They're differently labeled. Replace demo and replaced. But it also doesn't have the saves. As player log. Yeah, there's no saved here. Yeah. Oh, right. It's under. Fucking, where was it again? Packages, right. It was under. You go to app data, local, packages, and then for some reason it's hidden in here. Thunderful replaced game in packages. And system app data WGS, and these are I believe these are the save files because it added one when I made a new game. Yep, that's where I am, Jmar. I'm right here. And they're encrypted so you can't modify them. Yeah. Select an app to open these, yeah. So that's great. Yeah, they're not in either spot, Jmar. We checked both. Well, this is fartastic. This is farterific. This makes me want to fart in my own mouth. Euphoric Merge, I'm sorry I didn't say thank you for the 11 months. But I'm doing it now, so thank you. No, you're trying to help. No, Jmar, I didn't mean that as, like, I'm not slamming you or anything. Fuck. Fuck. Yeah, and I tried to verify and repair and did nothing. Yeah, well, shit. Fuck. Did we lose It's Too Big? No. It's still on the soundboard. No, I didn't finish it. It fucking crashed on one of the last fucking chapters. Something appropriate? Okay. There you go. There's something appropriate. I don't know if there's I don't think there's a cutscene to skip. You start after the cutscene. Yeah, in case you're late to the party, this is what's going on. We got to a checkpoint with a door, someone knocking on the door, and I couldn't answer the door And now I reloaded this fucking checkpoint and this happened. I'm in the fucking dark with a black screen. And it's a known problem. It's a known issue for Game Pass people. And probably some Steam people too. And if I could just get this guy to knock on the door or open the fucking door. Because this is where the door is in the game, right here. And it should, I'm guessing, automatically open because there's no, like, the problem I was having first was I could see the entire scene and there was some guy, you could hear the sound effect of him pounding on the door. Boom, 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 boom. And I went up and down the whole scene, it's not that big, to see if there's a trigger, a door open mechanism. No. So it's, the only thing I can assume is that when you get to the door, it opens automatically. And it didn't. So we tried to restart the checkpoint and just fucking destroyed the fucking save. Also, isn't it hilarious? I just realized this. Isn't it fucking hilarious that 2 games so far have crashed and they deal with knocking? Like, they have the game-breaking bugs deal with knocking. Samson, you knock on a garage, stopped working. This one, there's a knock at the door, stopped working. I can't open my tablet. That's the problem. I'm not Reach. This is in the past. This is a flashback. So I don't have that fucking tablet. What's it move up to? It's just stairs, man. See, I came from over this way. I run into the room. I get to the stairs. I move down the stairs. I move to the left. And the door is right there. You know, the thing I'm invisibly running into? Door's right there. Yep. I can't fucking believe that happened. Right towards the end of the game. That just... I feel so cheated. Even though it's a Game Pass game, I still feel fucking cheated. I don't want to YouTube the fucking ending. I want the fucking game to work. And I like that the last achievement I got is anger management. I'm doing my best, game. I'm doing my best. I don't have an Xbox. I have an Xbox One. I do not have a Series S or X. And even to top it all off, it's already packed away. I haven't used my Xbox in probably a decade. I want the game to show me how to be it. Fuck off. I remember that. Yeah. Yeah, DJ Muhammad. Yeah. Okay. Well, what are we going to do with our time? Well, I'll tell you what I'm going to do with my time. I've been getting back into fucking Q Remastered, so we're just going to fucking chill out, listen to some tunes, and play that. I'm Zeke, and I'm fat and bald and sucky, a terrible, stinky.
Consolation insult alert.
Yeah. Drawing lines and solving puzzles because replaced broke. Okay. We got some nice chill tunes to listen to while we play some of this line game. If you guys remember Q Remastered, it's a cool, like, it's a fun little idle game where, like, you get just one little screen and it tells you, like, do this thing. And if you do it, you win. And then you move on to the next, and there's like hundreds of them. And this is the one I'm on. I'm currently on Quaternary. Oh, wait, no. Quaternary 2. This is the one I'm currently on. So I have to make the red ball touch the left wall. And this blue area, I can't draw in this blue area. Really? Yeah, move. All you move. Yeah, move towards the fucking... Move towards the middle. Yeah, I'm trying to fill the void with balls. It's exactly what I'm trying to do. But if I like drop something heavy enough, maybe it'll zoom over it. It'll just jump spontaneously. Boink. Oh! Oh my God! It did it! Fucking did it! Let's go! And then it reveals a bunch more puzzles. Okay, make the red ball touch the red area. So I got to get this over there. Okay. I got it. I got this one. I got this. This is easy, right? Oh, come on! Come on, you fucking prick! Oh, I fucking missed it. Oh, it's not gonna. No, I need more of a. There we go. There you go. Like this. Boink! Nope. Need to make it super heavy. So you gotta draw, you gotta color in this area, you gotta make it super heavy. And then boosh. No, I have a good mouse pad space. It should slide easier. I almost had it with the first go, dude. Oh, that's not gonna do it. Oh, come on, you fucking slide more, for shit's sake. We're just making a big old ball like that. Oh, God damn it! Big old wedge. Here we go. Big old wedge going in. Flunk. Oh, come on. Wait. There we go. There we go. We got it. Just patience. Just got to be patient. Just got to be patient. It'll get there. Almost. Almost. Slowing down, but it's going to make it. There we go. You did it. Oof. Pull the bottle cap out. I just want to, I know this isn't going to work. I just want to see, like, it's fucking stuck in there, man. It doesn't seem like it's going to just fall out, even if I could grab it and turn it upside down. It doesn't, I don't think the thing is going to fall out. Draw a waiter. Oh my God. Fucking dude, let's go! That's thinking with your ass. Make the red bar touch the ground. So these will slide off. This is static. This will stay where it is. And these will slide off. I just want to test something here. No, yeah, now it's just pinched. Yeah, getting something to go just straight this way or this way is tough. It's a tough one. Well, that didn't work out. Hmm. Nope. Fuck. Shit. Fucking damn it. God damn it. Ah, get going. Uh, uh, uh. It was messy, but it worked. Let's go. Woo. Wasn't pretty, but we got it. Whoops. No. Damn it. Damn it. How do I get this fucking thing? Go, 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 just go, go, balloon, go, balloon, go. I'm doing it. Do balloon, go balloon. Not that way. Don't fall that way. What are you doing falling that way? God damn it. No, no, push it. There you go. There you go. There you go. That's what we needed. Keep going. Push it. Push it again. Oh, damn it. There you go. Push it. Shove it. Okay. Now what do we do? We got to get this. We got to get to go down and come over. Nope, that's not going to work. Yeah, I need to, the balloon is too high. I can't put anything over top of it. So I think what I got to do. Something like that. Wait. Yeah. Okay. No, that's too much. Too much. That's too much. Okay. Okay. Move now! Move! It's not gonna move anymore! Nope. Nope. Come on, come on. Move over. There. No. Come on, you fucking balloon. Oh, duh. Just do the same thing. Like this. Oh, no, I've trapped it. Son of a bitch. God damn it. Where are you going, Balloon? Balloon, where are you going? Classic Katie with the raid. Thank you, Classic Katie. Our game broke. God damn you, Balloon. Oh, no! No. God damn it. Come on, you stupid balloon. The shit of it is it's fucking like it's timed. Because that fucking balloon, it starts going up at the very start of the game. So you have to draw fast. Not enough. Not enough. There we go. There we go. Almost. Oh my God. The string is just barely too long. Did you have a good day of killing today, honey? Did you get your bloodlust out so you don't bring it to the bedroom? Come on. There you go. 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 Just a little bit more, baby. Just a little bit more, Balloony. Come on, Balloony. Just a little bit more. Push that balloon. Push that balloon. There you go. Push it. Ah, push it. Don't swing this way. Oh my God, there's a fucking bump there. That little bump right here fucking me. Okay, no bump this time. There you go. Oh my God, it might be even going on its own. Look at that. Push the balloon. Shove it. Okay. Okay. But the real bitch is I gotta fucking move it back this way. So even if I get it to go where I want it to, like right there-ish, don't come back! There. There. Now, stop it. Bro, come on! And now we're fucked. There is plenty of room here, you fucking game. There's plenty of room to do a little around the world here. Fuck. And it's at times like these when I kind of like, I look it up and see how they did it. Because sometimes even looking it up doesn't guarantee you'll do it. Like right away, quickly. Because some of the construction, they have to be like specifically valid. And like, it's hard to get exactly like with this fucking crude rudimentary drawing tool. It's really tough to like get it. Even like they put it. Okay. Now, I get the balloon over here, but how the fuck do I get... I need it to be, like, curved. Like, I need it to, like, voluntarily move that way. Yeah, you can backseat, absolutely. Please backseat. Be my guest. So I need the balloon to come over here and then drop down so I can move it this way again, but... yeah, be my guest. Put my service to the test. Go over that way. Balloon! It's too fucking low! It's hitting this stupid side. Even if I get it in there, it won't float. It'll just be on the bottom. Okay, that looks like it might be all right. Oh, fucking God, dude. Move. There you go. There you go. Move. Move. Damn it, no! There you go. Move the balloon. Make a little penis. Shove the balloon that way. And now it's gonna go back. Yeah. God damn it, it's too deep of a fucking... the angle is too steep. Oh, okay. But now we gotta make it go back up the other way. We gotta get this guy. Yeah. Yeah, it won't even go down. Yeah. Got to make that slope, both slopes a little bit less severe, I think. Don't wiggle out. Don't you wiggle out, you fuck. Okay, we got this far. Is it too big? I think it might be too big. Oh, that's too big. But that's the thing. If the balloon, I can't get anything above the balloon. I can't get anything above the balloon. I can't get anything above the ball to push it, either one of them, down. I don't know, man. This one might be too big brain for me. I can't see it. Can you draw a pre-downward slope in the maze to make the ball push down? You mean like something like this? I mean, it's not a lot of room. And see, look at it. I can't make a smooth slope. It's always gonna have this little penis head on it. What if you draw an arc from the middle and go right over the balloon? That's what I've been trying to do, that like this. Well, and then if I can get it to go all the way to the left, then I can just do that. Oh, it'll smash the balloon and the ball won't go anywhere. And the ball that's attached to the string is like elastic, I think. Oh, come on, dude. Oh, come on. It goes back the other way. Can you draw it so the balloon is lower? No, look at the distance. That's the thing. The distance to the top and to the thing. It's like they measured it out, so it's you have to push the balloon down. Yeah, and I don't have a way to push the balloon over to the left without like clogging up the whole fucking thing. See, that clogs up the whole mess. So, and I gotta get the balloon back this way. I mean, I'm just gonna check something here to see if it's. Yeah, it's not elastic like I thought. It's a static string. Oh, what if I got the balloon down here and went underneath? Yeah. Yeah, push the ball instead, but how? Like, I'm fucked now, but like how do I get the without messing up the mess? Yeah, and now how do I make the balloon go down enough so I can maybe something like this? No, don't go back the other way, you idiot! That's gonna work. That's a perfect shape. Move it, balloon! Move! There you go! Oh, goddamn! Almost had it! There we go. There we go. That's something. That ain't nothing. That ain't nothing. Yep, drag that fucking balloon down. Now I just need to pop more shit, like without trapping the balloon so it can't move anymore. And I always wondered, like, should I put like a little barrier here so it can't go back up or something? But oh, that did it. That's perfect. Move, balloon, move, move, balloon. If I, please don't do that. Okay. I know I'm playing with fire there. I know, I get it. But if I drop something heavy enough, this will pop this guy over this way. Dying off and thank you for the 58 months. No, like something long and straight to fall directly on this ball and like right in the middle of the ball, and it'll go bloop and should poop the ball out, but it's fucking dicey. So I'm wondering if I should do that or should focus on just moving the balloon. Fuck. Oh, okay. Now that's even better. That's an even better position. And I don't have a lot of room to move the balloon anymore. No, it's not ruined. It's not ruined. If I drop something in between these and I drop it right enough. But if it, that's the other thing. If it doesn't get far enough, I got no space to drop in here once it gets in here. Go, you little red fuck! Yes! We did it! The ball was helping! Oh my god, we did it! That was a fucking bitch! That was a bitch! Now this is a tough one because you can't draw inside this. You can draw here or here, but you can't draw inside this. Fill the hole with Cheetos. Yeah, right. Exactly. Yeah, but a bridge across? That's the thing. That's as thin as the line gets. So to get this ball over like even if I could draw a line across, to get that ball over top of it would be a fucking bitch. And there's that. Then something like that happens and totally fucking ruins your day. Yeah, see, that's as thin as it gets. Trying to get it over that was rough, dude. Watch this. Point, point, point. No, not gonna work. Oops. Other way, dummy. Oh, that wasn't enough. Yeah, now getting it over that is pert nigh impossible. DJ Vincent, thank you for giving a sub to She Likes It. She likes it rough. She likes it rough. Yep, she likes it rough. Like a T-bridge or a cube? Yeah, how are we gonna get in? We can't draw in the blue area. How are you gonna get the cube inside the blue area? I'd fill this with balls, but I can't. Oops. This is not going to work, but worth a shot. It might get enough momentum if I make it heavy enough. It might get enough momentum to go boink. Oh, but that ball that's in the way. That's going to be a problem. Yeah, see? Yep. Yeah. Like drop something like this on the ball. I mean, I do. I'm a big fan of the drop Cheetos in the pit idea. Oops. Oh fuck. Is that gonna? Okay, good. That penis is gonna fall. Good. That penis is fucked. Catapult it over. You want to tell me how I can get a catapult underneath the ball? No, I didn't make a catapult. I made a ramp. A catapult requires you drop something on one end and pop up something else on the other. Oh, you're saying like make something fall here, get the ball in here, and then make something fall, and then okay. I see what you're saying now. I see what you're saying. But it's not as easy, like I gotta have something heavy enough to drop on top of this. And I don't know like how to make it heavy enough to do that. Have I tried Road to Vostok? Maybe. I'm not sure. I'm really not sure. Yeah, I know I can draw a mallet. I need to have enough strength, so I need to draw it like right here. Yep, that's not enough. It was too long. Too long. Fuck. Too long. Shit! Well, that's certainly not going to work. Now. Fuck! I mean, I could do it like this. You can do it like this and then put a little tip there. and it'll fall in like that. I mean, I could use it to fill up the hole a little faster. Oh, come on! No! Drop too straight on it. Well, okay, that was lucky. God, it's just so time consuming to do this. Like to fill the pit up. And it just breaks your heart when you put one wrong piece in. Slide on. Okay. I mean, that little nub, if we hit it with enough fucking force, it could like fling it over there, but I know it's not going to happen. I've been playing this a while, Naruk. Well, and that's the thing. If you get stuck on one, you can usually normally move on to another one. Yeah, not enough. Yeah, not enough. Are you fucking kidding me, bro? There you go. There you go. Kick that one off. No, it's not that I... That's fucking dumb. No. No, that one's gonna be too big of a bump. There, if I could get oh my God, if I could get every one of them like that, holy fuck, that'd be great. Who knows? Maybe I can. I just gotta not fuck up the last one. Dude. Fuck you, man. No! No, it'll slide, it'll slide! It'll slide! It'll slide! Okay, right from the middle of the E. You fucking piece of shit. Why was always that one? Fuck you! So fucking bad. Okay, those are a bit too long. What is happening? There we go. Now it's flat. Yeah, we do. Yeah, there we go. Slide a little bit. Slide a little bit. No! I just needed to slide a little bit more. Almost got it. No, this is the point in time where I would look up the answer. I would look up like a completion. Like, how did you do it? Would you like to see my completion? You know what? Sure. Oh my God. Slide a little bit there. Okay. Dude, come on. Don't be like that. Is this like a full send? Or just do like a... Oh, if we can get a white... Oh, man, if we get a white ball in there... Oh, but if we get stuck here, there's... Okay. So, full send here. Like, make a little pill. And make sure it's real heavy. Real heavy. Here's the little pill. It's real heavy. It's gonna fucking bounce that fucking ball like crazies. Here it is. Look at this. I am filling it in so hard right now. It's a jagged little pill right now. All right, here it comes. I'm gonna put that suppository right in the butt cheeks. Here we go. Ah, no! Oh, man! All right, back to stacking sticks. Got to have a lot of speed for that end there. Got to have a lot of speed for that end. If it's going to hit that, it's going to hit that lip. It's going to hit that fucking lip, dude. It might do it. It might do it. Just got to make a jagged little pill again. It's a sharp edge, so it might jump. It might do a little jumpies. Here we go. Let's try it. Oh, it bounces! It bounces! It makes these! We did it! Save us, Alanis Morissette! Let's go! Oh my God, why is that so satisfying, dude? It's so satisfying when you get it, when you finally get it. Let's do it. Make the red guy first place. Oh, fuck. Nope. Dealer's choice. All right. Okay, the good part about it is, doesn't need to be standing. He can be laying down on the first place. As long as his body is laying down or standing on the first place, you don't need, yeah. Whoops. Shit. Okay. And they're really light too. Let's fucking go! Let's go! Okay, so it has to be more centered, but yes. We did it. Oh, clip that. Clip that shit. Show the puzzler. Brute force is in town. You show the puzzler what brute force can do. I will destroy you, brute force. Hold on, let me try that again. Let me shoot that promo again. This is brute force calling out to the puzzler. The puzzler, you will never defeat me. Behold my creation. Who's the puzzler? JP. Okay. I just want to see if I can shoot that. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Woo! Professional. Too easy. Oh, we unlocked Quaternary 3. All right, we're still not done with 2 yet. We still got 5 more puzzles in 2 to do. Make the red ball touch the left wall. Okay. And when you drop if you touch it with any white part, just curious. Okay. Yeah. This ball's got to touch the left wall. Huh. Yeah, these are tough ones. Yeah, fuck, I don't know, man. I'm just checking stuff here to see if, like... No, that's blocked right there. You think you got it, Sector? Well, don't keep it to yourself. Let me know. What do you think? Make the ball hit the ground? I mean, yeah, that'd be great if I could. Yeah, if we can get the ball on the ground and keep those in the air, we can get this guy flipped over. Yeah. No help, don't care. Nope. Man, if that was going with a lot of force. I know I'm not. Yeah, I'm trying to like launch it with a lever, but Vincent giving a sub to Brute Force and Ice Wallow come. Thank you. Thank you, Vincent. Ice Wallow. Yeah, you can drop the other two first, yeah. Like just like this. Drop a heavy enough thing on this side. And maybe it'll fucking... It doesn't have a lot of room underneath it, so like it might not get a big jump. Oh! Yeah! Fucker! I got to toss. I got to hit both of them now. Not enough of a fulcrum. Got to hit both of them. See what happens. If I really make this super fucking heavy. See what happens. Nope. Not even close. Not enough. Oh, same thing. No, I don't want to do that. I think I got the right-ish idea. If I can get this guy. Oh no, that's too much. That's oh god, I don't think I can. Yeah, there's no weight I can make that's gonna be enough to fucking launch that shit. Yeah. Nope. Angle's wrong. Angle's bad. I'm just fucking around now. Come on. Boop. No. Not enough. Nah, I don't think it's enough. It's too much of an angle. Yeah. Oh, man. Ice pit come. 2. An ice pit come. No, I don't think that's good. It's not the right angle. Man, it's fucking. It's so close, but so far. I don't have it. Don't have it. Oh, why are you pushing it? Don't push it. You're not allowed to push it like that. Oh, okay. Maybe that'll be a fine. Maybe that'll be okay. Hmm. No. Fucking wrong. God damn it. Oh, it's covered by the rocks now, but if I could get this to swing, because this is immobile until a white thing touches it. Oh, yeah. See, if I get the ball to touch the ground, yeah. Without having anything in its way, though. Yeah, to make the ball touch the right and then turn the monitor upside down? That's a good idea. Yeah, there's not enough space here to give it a launch. Fuck off. Slid all the way down. Yeah, no. I don't think that's enough space. It needs some air underneath this side to get it to go a good distance. Oh! Oh! Fucking let's go! Let's go! Oh, we did it! Oh, it was sloppy looking. I knows how you like some sloppy. Make the balloon touch the red area. Nope. Okay. Now what? Can I make something heavy on this side? Will it even matter? I guess it will! Ah, fuck! Shit! I didn't know how loose that was. Oh, come on, dude! You stupid balloon! I think that's the right idea, though. Balloon! Balloon, move! You fucking shit fuck. There. Nope. There. There, now jostle the balloon. Make the balloon roll. There you go. Rolly balloon. Rolly balloon. Let's roll. Let's roll. Oh, fuck me. Oh, oh! It's enough! Let's go! Easy fucking game. Easy game every time. Easy fucking game. Make the bottle stand up correctly. You got it. No problem. Almost. Maybe not. No, it needs to be heavier. Nope. Oh, wait, I got it. Maybe. No! Littler. Got to be a littler thingy. Oh, and it's got to be touching the floor too, doesn't it? I bet it's got to be touch. I bet the bottom has to be touching the floor. No. All right. We could try and do it this way. Oh, that'll work though. That'll work. I just got to put a little thingy under it when it's coming back down. Gotta guide it. No, come on, you rotten fucking bastard. Dude. Come on, bro. Help me out here. No, there's a ball underneath it. You fucking cunt. Fuck. There we go. Okay, the ball's gone. What the fuck, man? Let's go. Make the red guy touch the flag. Oh shit. He's super fucking light. See, like, he is really light. No, the colors in this game are a little weird. Yeah, they say red, but it's fuchsia. Pink. Burn! Oh! Fucking did it, bro! Let's go! Let's go! Oh, that was a half an hour waiting to happen, though. Make the ball touch the red area. Oh. What? Where's the bounce? Well, that sucked. There you go. Touch it. Now bounce it. Oh, fuck, of course. There you go. There you go. There you go. Boom! Let's fucking go. Let's go. Woo! that was a satisfying one. Make the red guy touch the red area. Now, these, yes. Oh God, they all have collision, and they all move. Jesus. Nope. Ugh. This one's gonna be fucking rough. Yeah. I mean, catapult, I mean, maybe. There's not enough room to make a catapult. Like, tell me how I fit a fucking catapult in there with how thick these fucking lines are. That's not a catapult. If I drop something here, it's just gonna squish these fucking... the squares. Or it just works, or I'm a god. How do you kill a god? What a grand and intoxicating innocence. I'm calling out to you, puzzler. Brute force is coming for you. All right, new thing. Oh, there's IQ questions too that we haven't. Let's check out the IQ test. It says run away without me? Oh, okay. So these are just more, they're just more puzzles. They're just more puzzles. Zeke, have you ever thought about doing a face reveal? Ouch, bro. You think this is the face I would choose if this wasn't my real face? You think of all the faces I could choose, all the animations and, you know, drawings, and this is the face I would go with, dude? Turkish tickler. Oh, so there's the IQ test and there's the IQ test hero, I guess. No. Okay. Let's just go back. I didn't realize I forgot they were just like regular tests. There's no way that beard isn't CGI. You want to see some real magic? Watch this. Like, ignore the wrinkles. Just look at the beard. Just look at the beard. Look at the beard right now. 30, 35, 40, 45, 80. See, the grays disappear the further back I go. All right, quaternary 3. Make all the balloons touch the red area. Bye! So I got to get the balloons to float out of here and to float into there, huh? Sometimes people need to hear it. You're a good person, Zeke. Well, thank you, full-blown eggs. I do. I love to hear that. Thank you. Oh, that's the thing. Yeah, that's the thing. Hold on, hold on. Hmm. Ooh. That was a good effort. I think what I need to do. No! Oh my God! I just need a little weight on that side. Hmm. No. Okay, hold on, hold on, hold on. Hold on a minute. What if I put a little, like, little nipple right there? What if I put a little nipple there, huh? What if I do that? Oh, that's as big as I can make the nipple, though. Yeesh. They just, I mean, the tube in the middle is so long, it doesn't give you a lot of, like, room to fulcrum that shit. Get! Oh, fuck. We're getting closer. Yep. No! Ah! No, now we're fucking fucked. Now we're fucked. God damn it. No, bounce that way, you dip. Goddamn dipshit. The square root of balloons Oh, no, 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 no. I'm fucking wrong way. Oh, no! Oh my God, if I could just catch it. Wait a minute. Oh, you were so close on this one. No, no, don't fly away, you stupid balloons. You see what it did to my balloons? There you go. There you go. Keep falling. Keep falling. We like it. We like it. We like it. We love it. We love it. There you go. Keep falling. Oh my God, you're perfect. Oh! Oh, no! No, my balloons! No! God damn it! Yeah, kick those balloons that way. There you go. There you go. There you go. There you go. Follow it. Follow it. Follow it. Follow it. Follow it. Don't let it go. Follow it. Fucking let's go. Let's fucking do it. Let's fucking do it. Let's go. Woo! Okay. We're doing good. We're doing really well. This is a fun game. I'm glad we did this. I'm glad we're doing this, guys. I hope you're having fun. Make the red ball touch the left wall. Okay, I think this thing is like super light. Yeah. And now we wait. Patience. Patience is a virtue. And we win. Make all of the balloons fly away. Oh, this is a fun one. Because you just drop shit. Oh, come now. Drop a little hot dog in there. Here's a little hot dog. There's the little hot dog for you. There you go. One more. And there we go. Bye. No, damn it.
Just barely getting here. Liking this game despite the lack of vote?
Despite the lack of what? Oh, VO. Are you talking about this game? Or the last game? Dude! Oh! You fucker! Yes! You fucking asshole! God damn it! Oh, now it's good and wedged in there. Yeah, now it's fucked. Damn it. Nope. Son of a bitch. Nope. Let's go. Okay. Oh, shit. Well, that fucked it up. Nope. Jesus. How do I get the balloon down? Oh, there we go. That'll do. Yep. Yep. There it is. No problem. Easy peasy. Oh, okay. I think I might have it. Maybe. No, I can't. Oh my god, I gotta get it to touch the left wall, huh? Oh, it's got to be out of there. It's got to be all the way out and touch the left wall. Oh, it's not just a space. Oh, fuck me. This one, Sweetco Stinger. Thank you for the 2 months. Yeah, there's no fucking way. Yeah, no, not even close. Dude, how the fuck? No, it's pink. Yeah, it says red, but it's pink. There's not enough room for it to turn even. Oh my god, I am clueless. I am absolutely clueless about this. Yeah, I'm thinking to like build something on the floor first, but I need to get it to spin all the way around once. Then I need to get it up and over. Fuck, dude. I'm this one is boggling my mind. Draw a catapult on the floor first, but like I got to get the ball out of there and have it touch the left wall. Ah, fuck. Yeah, and now like I have to get it up and out of there. It won't rotate. Whoops. God damn it, dude. Oh my god. See, it's too long to rotate all the way around. Unless I put it in the middle. And then I have to drop that fucking garbage inside there. Now I have to take this, like I have to push it this way. I don't have enough, like, room to hit this side and push this way. Man, this is definitely one I would look up because I am fucking clueless on this one. Yeah, if there's a way I could get it up and out. I mean, the structure itself is fairly light. No, as soon as anything hits the yellow goes. Yeah, as soon as I like, I can build stuff underneath, but as soon as any white part hits the yellow, that's when it releases. Yeah, see? If I get it closer to the middle, it has more potential to like go right side up. But you got to be quick. Okay. I gotta have enough like elevation on this side so it tips over, but it's also slanted towards the. I could just send it, like put a little fulcrum here and fucking drop something on a lever and send it. Oh man. Oh man. Oh, it's wait a minute. This thing is kind of underneath. Oh, if I had like boink. Boink. No boink. No big boink. Boink, boink, boink. Fuck it, it's done. It's done. Oh, that could fucking work. Let's go. Oh, fuck. That was a rough one, dude. That was a rough one. Put the ball in the other cup. Oh, the cup does not have to face up. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Let's go. Woo! Shit. I thought we were going to be stuck on that one for a minute. For a bit. So I guess Zeke, Cure Master of Zeke's game of the year might be. It's definitely not going to be replaced anymore. No. No. It just crashed. A save was corrupted, and apparently it's a known issue. It's not just my game. There's this chapter in the game where someone knocks on your door and the door wouldn't open, and then we tried to reload the save, and it black you can see the character model, but everything else is a black screen, and there's nothing you can fucking do. It is a corrupted fucking save, and that's what happens sometimes when you have a game that doesn't have saves but checkpoints. And that's it. No manual saves, no quick saves, just a checkpoint, one save, and it fucks you up. Yeah. So wait for it to be fixed and then maybe play it. Maybe. If it's on Game Pass. I mean, if it's on Game Pass, you can still try it. It's a known issue, but it's not like a... I don't know. It's a known issue, but it's not, it doesn't affect everybody, I don't think. Fuck, man. I just have no idea how to do this. You had a similar issue with Darwin's Paradox? That's 2 games, though, man. 2 games in a month that had game-breaking fucking bugs. Mission-specific bugs. Like, it was Samson, and now this one. It's just terrible, dude. All right, hold on. I'm not getting this one, so let's go on to the next one. See if we can get one more before we... before we go for the day. Tomorrow's going to be a fun day. We got a new game that we're going to play, sponsored stream, but it's a Lovecraftian kind of a game called, what is it called? Cthulhu, the Cosmic Abyss. We're going to run that for a couple hours and then maybe fire up some Mouse PI, just depending on how much we like. Okay. Let's see. Let's see how much we can bop it. Bop it! Well, that was pretty lackluster. Oh my God, it almost did it without any help. Fuck, dude. No, God damn it. Let's go! sloppy brute forcing. Let's go. Let's slop it up, brute force. You know what to do. It was close. Oh. Get the fuck out of here. Nope, just put a lid right on it, didn't I? Yep, fall down. There you go. That's what I needed. No, that's not what I wanted. No! Grab him. No, god damn it. Dude, move. Okay. No, 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 no. Oh, you stupid balloons. God damn it. No, I can't be onto something there, right? There's no fucking way I'm onto something. No, it's wedged. I thought for sure, like, did I figure something out? No, you did. Yep. Yep. No. Trapped. Yeah, trapped him. We're trapped like rats! Like rats! Nope, that's caught. No. Dude, I swear to God, that is so close. No, you fucking balloons! All right, we'll call it there. That's a good place to exit. We did a bunch of fun, good puzzles today. All right, y'all. Thank you guys for being here. Hope you guys had a good time. Tomorrow we're playing Cthulhu, the Cosmic Abyss for the first couple of hours. And then we'll see what else we got. Mouse pie, maybe. Zeke, before you end for today and you answer this question for me, do you think any of the Muppets in Labyrinth knocked into David Bowie's big dick? Yes. I think while they were doing Dance Magic Dance, there was a bunch of puppets that walked out of there like, oh, God. Oh, God. He touched me with his codpiece. Oh, I don't want to know what baby says. I don't want to know what baby says. All right, I'm out of here. See you tomorrow for some Call of Cthulhu and maybe some Mouse PI. And until next time, y'all.
For all of my Berserkers, and for all of Zekonia, this is me, Zeke, saying... See ya!